Hello, everyone. How are we doing on this fine Thursday morning or Thursday evening, afternoon? Let's see. I'm going to start saying hi really quickly. Hello, Laura. Happy to have you here. I'm critiquing a first chapter right now. Very nice. Awesome. I was not critiquing, but I was revising my first chapter on the last stream. I was kind of like working through it slowly. So hi, Ian. Happy to have you here. Oh, Laura, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Araya's here. Hi, Araya. Hi, I'm working like always, but still here for the vibes. You are so awesome. You're so sweet. Thank you so much for being here, Araya. Let's see. I'm actually going to get caught up with where I was. Okay, here we go. I have a whole bunch of notes down here I need to sort through, but for today, I'm going to just try and enjoy and keep going without going back to revise anything. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do one for every chapter that I like keep on my stream as I'm working on that particular chapter. So I will admit this one is denser than than they normally are. So it's probably going to end up being split into 2 chapters in all honesty. But when I outlined it, I thought, oh, this is, this could totally just be 1 chapter, but I definitely think it's going to end up getting split in all honesty. Oh, you're so sweet, Ian. You're so sweet. Laura, I'm hoping to finish this critique in the first sprint and then move on to my second critique of a first chapter. Ooh, okay. Very cool. Yeah, hopefully we can make that happen. I'm hoping we'll get a decent length for our first sprint. I really would not mind a longer one today, in all honesty. Araya says, I saw your authortube meetup. So cool. Yeah, it was so, honestly, it went so much better than I even hoped it would. And we're actually getting together again in a couple weeks, in like 2 weeks exactly almost, which I actually have to cancel my stream that Thursday to go to that meetup just that one time. Because I think it's the week right after my finals. So my calendar is just very like dense. But I'm so looking forward to it. It was so much fun. It was really cool to like geek out with another writer in person, like I had my laptop and was able to show her my outline and everything without it being blurred. And then we traded first chapters. She's obviously way further like along than I am, but we read each other's first chapters, and that was just really cool. That was my first time ever doing something like that. I have read a chapter from another author tuber, and we have like talked, but virtually. We're not in the same area, and there is something special, like, something cool about being in person with someone. Then I can go back to drafting chapter 2 of my Dark Academia. It's got demons and queer polyamory and secret societies and exorcisms. Love that, Laura. That sounds like such a vibe. Joy is here. Oh, I love Joy. Joy's so awesome. Hi, Joy. Welcome. Happy to have you here. Let's see. And then Laura says, I commissioned character art of my 3 POV characters studying in the library late into the night. So excited for it to be done next week. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, character art is such a vibe. Speaking of character art, Joy, I've seen Joy put up some character art of her own that she's done. If you want to check any of that out as she posts it to her stories and such, you should follow her on Instagram. Just saying, she does put it up occasionally, and she's great. She's a great artist. All right. All that being said, how do you all feel about spinning the wheel? I mean, I don't want to throw us into anything if you all are in the mood to yap a little more, but I personally wouldn't mind jumping in. I feel like I still have just so much more to do on this story, and I really need to like make progress, you know? So I'm totally down to spin the wheel if you all are, but let me know how you're feeling. If you all feel like you want to gab a little more, we can. Oh, what's on the wheel? Oh, Laura. Laura. I'll show you, shall I? Let's take her on over to the wheel, troops. All right, so this is our wheel. And basically it dictates how long each of our sprints are. Now, most of them are pretty normal, right? I think the shortest is 20 and the longest is an hour. And then we have this really dark sliver called the Wheel of Doom. Okay. Now, if you get the Wheel of Doom, which has not happened yet, it has not happened on this stream yet, but if we get the Wheel of Doom, then we go to a whole nother wheel. And let me see if I have that pulled up or not. I'll probably have to refresh it. This wheel always has to be refreshed. I guess it's just all the power that it holds. It has to be refreshed. But this is the Wheel of Doom. So these are all 60, 90, and 120 minute sprints. Now, like I said, we have not gotten the Wheel of Doom yet. But it does wait for us. I'm convinced. It's just waiting for its moment. You know what I mean? I will say I actually today, for the first time, started kind of putting together dates for future special edition streams. If you don't know, I have 3 different special edition streams happening, or that I've created at the moment. One is the authortube. I say authortube happy hour. It's really not authortube specific. It's just writer specific, right? It's like a writer happy hour, which is a casual, more just like a conversational type of stream. And then I have the storyboard, which is my new board game, writing sprint stream, which is such a vibe. And if you don't follow me on Instagram, I majorly increased, how do I put this? Like, almost every space has some sort of repercussion now for the storyboard. Like, I upped the ante, if you will. And then the third format, hi J.M. Hollis. The third format is the Wheel of Doom, exclusively Wheel of Doom stream, which I'm hoping to roll out in September and keep going through spooky season. So, and that's just so far. I will say I talked with a few other author tubers after, this isn't even a secret, after the storyboard stream. I talked to a few author tubers about a concept that we want to create and put together. And I'm not going to say anything more about that just yet, but it will appear in the Discord first. If you're part of the Storyboard Society, you'll see it first. But yeah, spooky season is the best, and we will be taking advantage. So we're going to definitely try and accent it, I think, with some streams. What genre is your whip? I'm calling it, this is not a genre. Okay. I'm well aware this is not a genre, so just be aware, but I call it an epic romantic fantasy because it has a ton of world building that would normally be associated, I think, with like high fantasy. But the central characters, the 2 central most characters, right, are a boy and a girl, and it follows their kind of like the arc of their relationship, right? But they also have a friend group that forms in the first book that then carries through the trilogy. So you kind of follow all of their journeys. So yeah, I call it an epic romantic fantasy, but I'm sure that will change. Like, essentially, the important part is the fantasy part, I guess. I vote either Doom or chatting. Okay, that's valid. You know, if I could rig the wheel, I would. But part of the nice thing about the wheel is it forces you to do like the longer sprints when you aren't motivated. So that's why we say, you know, kind of like the wheel is God on this stream, essentially. Like, the wheel does decide. We don't argue with it. Like, you know, it decides. I'm honestly just outside smoking meat. Sure. So sure. Spin. Ooh, smoking meat. That's cool. That's very cool. Ooh, Doom sounds, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be spooky. It's gonna be quite something. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be an experience. Let's put it that way. And it's gonna be perfect for spooky season. I've already designed it. So it's not gonna be like my main theme that you're seeing today is more like fairy, you know, like fantasy forest vibes. No, Wheel of Doom it's spooky. I showed the people who did my last storyboard stream with me, I actually showed them before we went live what it's going to look like, the Wheel of Doom stream. And they were like, they were all into it. So that was great to get that feedback. I'm very excited. Yes, Sauron. Yep, the Eye of Sauron in the middle. Yes. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome, Laura. I get the impression we are your kind of people. Hi, JM Hollis. I said hi earlier, but just in case you missed it, hi, welcome in. Yeah, spooky season is definitely the best. Ooh, I'd love to be a part of a Doom stream. Araya, you got it, girl. You got it. I do have my very first group kind of like lined up, I think. I still am waiting to hear back from some people, but I'm going to do a few. Like, you know, I only have my first group kind of lined up. So I will have a lot of openings if anyone wants to do Wheel of Doom through spooky season. Like I said, I'm going to keep it going at least through September and October. Maybe like the first week of November if we really like it. We'll see. Hi, McKenna. Oh, I love McKenna's awesome. McKenna's awesome. You guys are also awesome. I love this group that we've kind of like cultivated over time on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The Wheel of Chaos is fun. Yeah, the wheels are just like, I like the accountability of them. You know, it's fun because the sprints, like writing is work. You know what I mean? We all know that writing is work. It's fun. We love it, but it is work. And so the wheel just adds like a little bit of spice to a otherwise predictable kind of like thing. Right. And it just makes it, a little more fun, a little more goofy. And then, like I said, sometimes when you get the longer ones, it's nice because if you're not feeling motivated, it forces you to sit and do. Well, at least it forces me. I'm the only one on camera. I don't know. I really can't hold you all to like 45, 55-minute sprints, but I think most of you, you know, sit and do them alongside me for the most part. So I just love that you're in here right now, Joy, by the way. I'm geeking out. But anyways, McKenna says, yo, I'm blushing. Listen, McKenna, you know it's true. All right, let's go ahead and go over to the wheel, shall we? Let's make it happen. I think we should at least see what we're in for. So here we go. Oh, actually, I like to give everyone 5 seconds if you'd like to guess what we're going to land on. So go ahead and take a look at the wheel if you're new. And within the next 5 seconds, go ahead and log your guess in the chat, and then we'll give her a spin. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. And a new trend that we're trying to start is if anyone actually nails it, like gets the time head on, right? It can't be close. It can't be like they're 5 minutes off. If they get it exactly, we're going to spam the chat with gold stars, myself included. Okay. So we'll see. Right now, our contestants are Araya and Ian with 45 and 35. So let's see. $30. No gold stars yet. No gold stars yet. But that's, hey, you guys were close, though. You were close. I got to give you that. Let's get us back over here. Okay. Let me get this set up for a nice little 30-minute experience here. All right. We are all queued up. Yeah, y'all were close. You definitely gave it a good shot. All right, we've got 30 minutes on the clock, queued up. I believe in all of you. I wish you the best of luck, and I will see you on the other side of 30 minutes. Here we go. Hey guys, I'm just finishing off one last little thought. Okay. I just needed to jot that down so I know what I'm looking for by outline when I get back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Also, welcome in, Christina. Happy to have you here. I'm happy that you made it. We've still got quite a ways ahead of us, quite a few sprints, so hopefully you'll be able to get in some more work during your time here. Sorry, there is like this little fly flying right in front of me. It's driving me nuts. Anyways, yeah, how did that sprint go for everyone? JM Hollis says, I got my open house PowerPoint done and almost got all the forms done. Nice. Awesome. That's definitely progress. Okay, I'm trying to see how many words. I don't even remember how many, like where I started. I did reread quite a bit, to be honest, because the scene I'm doing right now is very dialogue heavy. And I felt like I needed to go back and kind of reread quite a bit before finishing it off or continuing it, because it's still not quite done. But let me see. Yeah, I didn't add much. I think I started like here. So I'm not even going to include my notes. So I got 146 words, but I'm content with that. Because like I said, I needed to go back and reread a bit to be able to continue on in a way that made sense. I did not realize how much I am trying to fit in to this one scene. It's working out, but gosh, it's slow going. Araya says, just been, geez, sorry about that. Just been watching authortube and working. No worries. Authortube is such a vibe. Like just chilling and watching authortube. It is productive in its own way, you know, because it gives you so much, or at least for me, I know it gives me so much inspo, you know, so much drive to keep going. So Christina, totally fair. I'm going to read this out, but totally fair. Perfect. Though I might vanish. I don't know yet. LOL. Work has been kicking my ass, to be honest. But I wanted to try and get some writing in. Only read a couple sentences. Hey, every little bit is progress as far as I'm concerned, you know? Every bit is progress. That's like, I'm telling you, I'm actually really tired today. I'm not going to lie. Like this week and next week, I feel like I'm struggle busted through, you know, but I'm doing it. And every little bit is, you know, another step towards the end goal of a finished book, right? I will say that was another thing about hanging out with Sarah Jane yesterday. She's about to do the 5th draft of her book, I think. And she actually brought like the printout, like a printed out copy of her book, like actually bound like a book. And that was pretty inspiring to be sitting there with someone who has done it and is at that point. It makes you feel like, okay, if I just keep plugging away, like I'll get there eventually. So Laura says, may I share a few lines? Sure. Yeah, if anyone wants to share a couple lines, like you're more than welcome. I would love that. I actually have this banner, which I never use. I really should use it more. But it like says, you know, or no, I guess I changed it. It used to say, feel free to share a last line. No, I think it still says it. I think it says it on this part. Our next break is coming up. I think it says, get your last lines ready or something, or get ready to share last lines. So, let me look at this because now I'm curious. Pretty sure. Yeah, get ready to share your last line. So yeah, I never use it. I really should put it up more because a lot of you actually do come here pretty consistently now. And you probably would like to share stuff. So, and I would love to hear it. So Laura says, from my second POV character, you're a devout Catholic girl Giuseppina. Am I saying that right? Giuseppina. That's how I'm going to say it for right now. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. That's what they must think of you as. I raised my hand towards them and pronounced a blessing while crossing myself. May the Lord God grant you true and lasting peace. Kazos, the lot of you. May the gods of old shrivel your dicks. Oh my gosh. That's great. That's great, Laura. That was quite something. I'm sorry if I butchered your character's name, Giuseppina. Giuseppina. I think I'm saying it right, but I could be totally wrong. But that was cool. Thanks for sharing, Laura. That was awesome. Yeah, Christina's, yeah, it's great. Hi, JK Lambo. Happy to have you here. Yeah, the first sprint went well. I think we all were very productive. I think it was a good time. So, okay, good. I'm glad I got it. She's Italian. That's what I figured. I was getting that vibe. So I was like, I think that's right. Yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome, Laura. Let's see, Christina. Last thing I read, paranoia comes with their pattern recognition, Janelle says. The vamps talking about humans. Ooh, love that. You know, they say people with anxiety are really good at recognizing patterns, and that's why people with anxiety excel at predicting the endings of books and movies and TV shows and stuff. I have heard that, just saying. Not that anxiety and paranoia are the same thing, because they're not, but yeah, I was not expecting that ending. Yeah, me neither, but that was great. It was great. Let me see what my last my last line isn't really anything interesting, I guess. It's nothing too crazy. I wish I had something better to share, but I don't want to give away too much either. So my last line was, Tagus doesn't like me back there fresh off of training. Says I'm too sweaty. Novak finished with a shrug. That's my last one. That's literally the last line I wrote. So, as someone who's really good at pattern recognition, very true. Yeah. Yeah, I've been told that people hate watching movies with me because literally I would say 98% of the time, maybe 99%, probably closer to 99%, I can tell like how it's going to end. It's very rare that a movie can catch me off guard, or a show. And usually if they do, it's because the ending sucks and it doesn't actually make sense and there's plot holes and stuff. So, yeah. So definitely true. Anyways, how are we feeling about going into another sprint? Another sprint-a-rooney dooney here. Because it's only 7:30. We still got quite a ways to go. A line from when she sees one of the love interests. A thrill seized me. He could curse in Italian. He was cultured. Oh, that's cool too. I like that, Laura. That's quite a vibe. I like that a lot. But yeah, I got you, Laura. No worries. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, I'm ready to write this time. Okay, perfect. I'm glad we're all in the zone. I feel like here for someone who curses in a different language. Yeah, that's exciting. It's pretty different. Pretty cool. All right, let's get on over to the wheel. Now, remember, I'm going to give you all 5 seconds to put guesses in of like what time you think it's going to land on. And if someone gets it perfectly, we're going to spam the chat with gold stars, okay? So just remember the stakes, okay? Here for a character. Yeah. It's nice when you find unique characters, for sure. All right, let's get over here. All right, I'm going to give everyone 5 seconds. You got 5 seconds to log your guess in the chat, or guesses, I should say. And once you do that, I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel, and we'll see if anyone guesses correctly. Oh, let's see. Doom, yay for gold stars. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping someone gets it. It'd be pretty cool. I think if someone got it. So, We have had it happen before. We just haven't had it happen alongside the gold stars. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. Here we go. Oh my God. Okay, well, those of you that wanted the fat sprints back, they are back. They are back, baby, because we're coming in hot with a 55. A 55-minute one. Let's see. I don't think anyone got it. And J.M. Hollis is probably the closest with Doom, really. So shout out to you, J.M. Hollis. You were closest, I would say. So let me get us back over here and we'll get 55 put in. Let's see. I'm here for this, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, tonight, I'm here for it. Especially because I need to make another cup of what is it? You know, chocolate milk. So gotta have my chocolate milk. So I'm gonna have to make that on the next sprint. So this is good. It gives me a little bit of a cushion. I have 3 keys that keep not working on my laptop. E, T, and 3. Ooh, that sucks. They all kind of rhyme though. Is that weird? That's kind of cool. Yeah, for gold stars. Yes. I'm excited for someone to like actually, I think Araya got it before maybe, but I could be wrong. That's okay, JK. No worries. No worries. I didn't really give you guys time to guess. I was just joshing, you know. Next time I'll give you guys time to guess. Yeah. A 55er will be good. I think it'll be good for us. So, all right. That being said, let me just triple check. Yep. All right. We've got a cool 55 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will check back with you in 55. Here we go. Also, I'm going to step away right away to make my chocolate milk. So if you see me disappear, don't panic and don't take it as an excuse to step away and give up on the sprint. Okay. I'm talking to you, everyone in the chat. Okay. I'm going to disappear for literally 5 minutes, if that. When I come back, y'all better still be working. Okay. Here we go. have to admit, I'm trying to remember where I started. I think it was here. So I got 357 words, which is pretty good. It's not my best, especially for a sprint that was that long, but it was okay. I'm definitely struggling with this last paragraph that I'm on. But anyways, how did it go for everyone else? Let's see. I'm going to get over to the chat here. Christina said, watch me get 20 words in this practical hour. Listen, I've been there. I've been there. So if you did, if that's as much as you got, it's 20 more words than you had before, you know? Happy focus time. Yeah. Oh, that was sweet, JK. Yeah. We all locked in on that one, I think. Mariah says, I had to get a new keyboard a few weeks ago because my old one got too sticky. I love the new one. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've had my same keyboard forever. The other day I was looking and I have been watching quite a few authortube videos, but I think it was Cody who recently did one where he changed out a lot of his keycaps. And I've never done that. And I was like, you know what? That's kind of a vibe. Like, should I change my keycaps? You know? And I started looking into it, but I don't know if I ever would or not. I'd be so afraid that I would like crack one or break it, like taking it off. So that was when I was sassing you guys. I know what that was. And JM Hollis, I did see like a little clip about this, or I saw like your chat as it came up, but I'm sorry you were going through this. JM Hollis says, I love being a diabetic and having my sugar drop while I'm in the process of cooking dinner. Like, body, you have to wait like 30 more minutes. Yeah, I know it was my sugar because I took a piece of bread and put peanut butter and jelly on it and ate it and the headache started to go away. Yeah, that's a bummer. I'm sorry, JM Hollis, that you're going through that. And Sarita, I don't know if Sarita's still here or not, but she says, Ermagerd. I know exactly how you're supposed to say that. Ermagerd. I was at work, and to be honest, this week has been crazy. I'll be back for chats because I really don't want to write. Fair. Sarita also has, I think I mentioned this last time, like on my last stream on Tuesday, but Sarita also has a big stream, well, a few big streams happening this weekend. I think it's like 9 streams or something. She's doing like a 30K words in one weekend stream. So, or set of streams where she's trying to reach 30K words in one weekend, and she's streaming with a bunch of different author tubers in 2-hour slots throughout the weekend. So if anyone is looking to get some sprints in this weekend, you should definitely check out her channel and subscribe and follow along with those sprints. It's all right. JM Hollis says, it's all right. I just need to eat more throughout the day instead of just one meal. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, it's hard when you have to remind yourself to kind of graze throughout the day. Sarita's going to be the stream queen. Yep, this weekend she is definitely going to be the stream queen. For sure. Sarita, you just missed it. I was plugging your 30K weekend streams this weekend coming up. So I'm telling everyone they need to go check it out. For sure. And follow along. Yes, hi, Sarita. We love having Sarita in here. Why not? You're doing great. Don't stress. Why are you stressing? Don't stress. You've done this a few times now, Sarita. Come on. You're fine. You'll be fine. It'll be a good time, I think. Got a pretty cool lineup. I may pop in the chat for some of them because I'm going to be doing homework and studying. I've got quizzes or exams this weekend, and I've got a buttload of homework, but I might put it on like while I'm working because I definitely still want to support. So let's see. Ian says, sorry, had to disappear for a bit, work stuff. No worries, Ian. Totally fine. We're happy to have you here, struggling through with us, you know, happy to have you back. Sarita says, oh, thank you. How was your like 55-minute? Yeah, it was a 55-minute sprint. It was intense. I got 357 words, which is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. you know? I definitely feel like I'm struggling with the point in the story. Not too much, right? Like, I shouldn't even say struggling. I feel like that makes it sound worse than it really is. But I just keep rewriting the way this one character kind of wraps up the scene that they're currently in. I can't seem to nail. He's like a tougher character, but this is where we kind of first see his shell start to crack a little bit. And I want to make sure I do it justice. You know, I think taking a character who's super rugged and taking him from like 180 to 0 right away. I really shouldn't even say it like that, but taking him from one end of the spectrum to the other right away, I don't feel like that totally makes sense. You know, like, I want him to show that he's sensitive to what has happened, but I don't want to lose that like really rugged side of him that's very like conditioned to handle tough situations. So I just kind of find myself rewriting it a lot, trying to think through what feels the most organic for that character, not how I think someone would react in that situation, but how that character would react to that situation, if that kind of makes sense. So yeah, you'll probably see me continue to like erase and rewrite this last paragraph like over and over and over again. Yeah, it's driving me nuts. Anyways, Christina says, I only got 352 words. My eyes are drooping. LOL. I had such an early day today. 4 a.m. start. Oh, that's brutal. Not jealous of that. My God, that's brutal. I'll try and stay, but might dip off. If you have to, Christina, totally get it. But if it does make you feel any better, I was not up at 4 a.m. Okay. I was not up at 4 a.m., but I'm definitely struggling through today too. But I feel like that's, you know, we have stories to tell, right? So like, I just keep telling myself, like, we have stories to tell, we have books to write. And unfortunately, as much as we want to like, and I'm talking more to myself here, right? I want to just snap my fingers and have the book be done. And I think people really underestimate the time and energy that goes into actually writing the book. Not people in here, not people that are in here like writing, right? But I feel like so many just everyday people on the outside looking in really forget how much work this is, you know? Like, I'm only, well, I guess now I'm 54,000 in, but I'm 54,000 into a 100K book, and I'm already sitting here like, now today I'm especially tired, I have to admit. Like, usually on other streams I think I'm much more energetic, but yeah, I'm like dying, dude. I'm dying. I'm like, okay. And it's not like you write it once and it's done either, you know? Like, I'm going to finish it and then I got to go back and reread it all and change things and alter like stuff that I've already worked on. It's just going to be, it's quite a road, you know? Like, it's exhausting to think about, but we're here. And I feel like the streams are so helpful because they do push me, because it makes me feel like, okay, I'm doing this alongside a bunch of other writers. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not in this alone. We're all tired. We're all struggling. And we are over here, like, pushing through even on the days that it is a struggle. Because I feel like that makes all the difference, right? If you can push through whenever possible, even if all you do is get down like 10 words, I just think, you know, it helps a lot. Sarita says, also, sorry, I've been MIA. Traffic has been crazy and trying to get them organized and up. No worries. Totally get it. I think this is in relation to the stream shout outs, and you're very welcome, Sarita. Genuinely think they're going to be great. So, oh, Araya had to go. Bye, Araya. I hope I caught you before you had to leave, but maybe I don't know that I did, but hopefully I can hop back on a little bit. Yeah, I'll probably still be going. Well, it's 8:30 now. I usually go till about 9. It's 8:30 my time. We'll get at least one more in. We'll get one more in. Now, if it's a Wheel of Doom, I might cry, but I'm kind of kidding, but kind of not. Oh, I see. That's fair. Trying to get their characterization across properly can be hard, like their arc. Yeah. And I was talking to someone about this the other day. I feel like it's really easy to say, it's your first draft, just get stuff on the page and then go back and revise. And for the most part, I do agree with that. But especially with this character, I feel like if I take him in the wrong direction in any one of these scenes, it's going to be a lot of work for me to go back and I'm basically going to end up rewriting it. So I'd rather take the time when I'm in the scene in this first draft. I don't care about the words being perfect, but I want the direction to make sense, right? Like, just so I'm not making more work for myself than necessary down the line. So yeah. Yeah, today was long. I haven't even written. And I have days where I don't write too. I don't want anyone to take this as like, I'm not judging at all. I'm just saying it's really cool when you do have people like Christina admitted, you know, she's really tired, but she's still on the stream pushing through regardless. Like, it's very inspiring, you know, as a fellow writer. You're like, okay, if she's hustling, I should be able to hustle, right? Like, I should match her hustle. I think it's like a healthy, it's not even competitiveness, but just, you know, healthy inspiration, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. Healthy body doubling, like whatever you want to call it. 54K. Yeah, I feel like I just got to 50K like yesterday. I know it wasn't yesterday, but I feel like I just hit 50K. And now to be at 54, especially at the pace that I write at, because I'm telling you, I write slow. Like, I constantly erase and kind of change things as I go a little bit, so it takes me forever. So being at 54, I'm like, hey, that 55, it's right around the corner, you know. And then from 55, 60's right there, you know. So yeah, I'm slowly creeping up. Just for the sake of discussion, why does it need to be 100K? I want it to be 100K because I'm doing an epic fantasy. Like, when I tell you there's a lot of world building, there's a lot of world building. I was telling Sarah Jane about it, and I've told another friend a little bit about it. Again, I'm not saying who it is just because I know she vlogged and I don't want to spoil anything. It's not like a big secret or anything, but I'm sure you'll see it in her vlog. But not the world building, but just anyways, we had a powwow and I can just see it in people's faces when I'm explaining it. It's deep, like, it's intricate. It's very involved. And usually for high fantasy, from what I've seen, the word counts go from like 100 to 120, sometimes a lot higher. Like my brother's book that he wrote, I told you all, my brother wrote a book before I did. He didn't end up publishing just because he just wanted to do it for fun, because I mean, look, to each their own, you know, but he just loves to challenge himself like that, right? So like, he was like, I'm just going to do it for fun in secret. He didn't tell anyone he was doing it till it was done. And his first draft was like 175,000. I think his finished draft was like, I don't know, closer to 125, somewhere around there. But I can honestly say, when I read his story, it did not feel that there was any fluff. Like, it was all very necessary. And I feel like with my story, and this is something that one friend who I was talking to understood, right? Like, she got it once I said this. Like, this is why I have it outlined as a trilogy too, is I feel like it's just way too much for me to try and jam in. I want to make sure that there's breadth in the story, so it's not just like a bullet point list of these things happening. I want it to be enjoyable and immersive at the same time. So like, I really feel I need every bit of that 100,000 word count. And honestly, I expect it to actually end closer to 120. I outlined with a goal of 100,000, knowing that I would probably overwrite in some chapters, which I already have in some. I'm over by like, I want to say 3,000 words ish. I'm like 3,000 over where I wanted my word count to be right now, which isn't too bad, but I anticipated it being closer to like 120. And I still think when all is said and done and it's revised, it'll probably be closer to 120, which I hear is fairly normal for, high fantasy. Like, if you look at, and I'm not comparing myself at all. I want to make this very crystal freaking clear, not comparing myself to this person. Okay. I'm just saying, as far as high fantasy, Brandon Sanderson's books are like bricks. They're bricks. Like, I think Oathbringer was like 400,000 words. So yeah, it's just very common for them to be higher word counts. That's all. Exactly. Sometimes I wish I could like be rich enough to hire cleaners and chefs to do the life stuff. So all I have to do is the writing stuff. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. That'd be pretty sweet. Like, you just need to win the lottery, you know? Like, if one of us could just win the lottery, we could start, like, remember back in the day, I don't think this is a thing anymore, but back in the day when they had those influencer houses, where the groups of influencers would, like, live together to save on money and they would just create content all day. We'll just create, like, a writing retreat, like a permanent writing retreat. Okay, we got to get on this, gang. One of us, we got to win a big one, okay? $1 million's not going to do it. We got to get one of the big ones, and then we'll make a permanent like writing retreat space for writers, and you can just go and we'll have chefs, we'll have cleaners, we can make that happen, you know? And all we have to do is write. I'm just saying. I think that's a great idea. If one of us ever gets the winning, you know, the golden ticket or no job. Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I say that as someone who's in school full time, but, you know, I consider that a job. Trust me. And doing engineering and business, it is not fun. It's not relaxing. So is good community or camaraderie? Spelled that wrong. Yeah, it's good community camaraderie. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. You were talking about the body doubling comment I was making earlier. No job would be great. Yeah, late nights is where I can get a few words in. Yeah. See, that's what's inspiring. I'm telling you, this again, it's inspiring. There's that hustle, right? We love to see it. I made it to 40K last night. My goal was 90, but I feel like it's going to be 95 or 100. LMAO, I yap too much. Valid. You know, like, better to have, I do think better to be an overwriter than an underwriter. It's better to have more than you need and have to slice and dice, in my opinion, than to have less than you need. But I know opinions differ on that. So, yeah, when I started, I thought I was going to be an underwriter. Turns out the further I go, I'm writing more and more. Yeah, I thought I would be an underwriter too, to be fair. And I'm not crazy high over. Like I said, I'm around 3,000 over where I wanted to be at this point in the story. I have it paced like very meticulously. But 3,000 is not even that bad. I know some people that go way over. So shout out to all my overwriters. Yes. I'm also kind of fast drafting / brain dumping. So it needs heavy edits for my second draft. Not sure whether that will bring it down or up, though. Yeah. And see, a lot of people, I think that's the healthier way to do it, Sarita, honestly, is to fast draft, like to just get words down and not overthink. That's just not how I work. Like, I really struggle to move on chapter to chapter, to be honest. I get really hung up on stuff as it's progressing. So that's why you guys see me erase and rewrite like a lot. Not a ton, but pretty often. Like, if I catch something, if something catches my eye and I know it's not sitting right, I will absolutely change it in the moment. JM Hollis says, when people say first draft done, 40K, I'm like, how is that possible? Well, 40K, you mean because you're at 40K? Yeah, okay. For a minute there, I was like, there are people that would consider 40K, you know, a finished first draft. Yeah, no, it feels very far away. Like I said, sitting down with Sarah Jane yesterday in person and actually getting to hold the printed copy of her book felt very inspiring. She has been working on that book, I think she said, for 2 years. So that really was inspiring in the sense that it kind of grounded me in that I really haven't been doing this that long in the grand scheme of things. I think I posted my first authortube video in January or February of this year. So it just really hasn't been that long. And I need to like give myself grace, you know. It will happen. Even though it feels far away, it will happen. OMG, imagine a writing treat compound. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. A permanent. I know. That's what I'm picturing. I'm like, is this a cult? It might be a cult. I don't know if I should be endorsing a writing cult, but you know, could be a fun time. Could be an experience. I really shouldn't say that. That's not funny. But we can't even hit doom. How will we win the lot? Hey, maybe our moment just hasn't come yet because some higher power I'm not saying God, because I'm not really, anyways, some universal power is making us wait so that we hit the actual lottery instead of doom, you know? Like maybe that's what's meant to be. I don't know. That could be what we're looking at here. I'm counting on you guys because Vegas. Oh, do you not have? Okay, doesn't have the. Wow, I didn't know that, but you know what? That kind of tracks because Vegas is so big on gambling, I guess. Well, I shouldn't say all of Vegas, but you know, I guess they just don't want you to do the lottery instead of going to casinos. Is that the reasoning? That's kind of interesting. I think they almost build upon it, so it's like specific elements. Then they add on. I watched someone do a video on this and it was really interesting. Not my style though. Oh, you're talking about quick drafting or fast drafting? Oh, brain dumping. Yeah. And see, I have a brain dump doc. Have I ever shown you guys my brain dump? It'll be blurred. I don't know if I've ever shown you guys this one. I've definitely shown like some authortube friends that I've made. Thought I showed maybe one time, but let's see. This is my, and you can only see like, you know, a sliver of it because it's actually much wider. But this is my brain dump doc. And it goes for like a long time. And I have it all tagged and categorized based on what I liked most for this book, and then different subcategories for future reference. And it just goes, there's the end. But yeah, it goes for quite some time. So I am a big fan of brain dumps, I have to admit. But I don't brain dump, and this also has 2 other tabs. So that one I just scrolled through was only 1 tab. But anyways, I am a big fan of brain dumps. I do think they help me to organize, but I did my brain dump first, then my outline, my different outline docs, and then this draft, which quite a few people have told me that my outline really is probably more of a 0 draft. I don't know. I'm on my first draft. That's all I know, you know? I'm sure they do, Sarita. I just can't relate to being that succinct. I'm converted. Where's your positive can-do attitude, Ian? Doom is good. We love Doom. Yeah, that could be our chant if we're, you know, if we create a writing cult. We could have the Wheel of Doom. No, I shouldn't even. I'm not even going to keep going down this road. I love that. Oh, thanks, J.M. Hollis. I wish I could be as categorized as. Oh, thanks, Sarita. It's a sickness. Trust me. It looks cool on paper, but it's very. It's really cool, right? In some ways. But God, does it slow me down, I gotta tell you. So it's not all that I'm making it out to be, I promise. I wish I had an organized bone in my body. Yeah, it's not as cool as y'all think it is, I promise. Doom is God. I mean, good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My ADHD doesn't like when things are too structured. I just need the vague beats. However, for me, I overwrite those beats because I'll get ideas for scenes in between and just keep going. Yeah, I've seen some people, and, you know, I do think it's an interesting concept. I've seen some people who identify both as pantsers and planters, quite frankly, where they do their outline in a Word doc. So they create like the headings for each chapter, and then they kind of just put scene ideas in each chapter and then flesh them out one by one, and they'll like jump around. And then they kind of bridge the gaps between those scenes as they come to them. I think that's great. It's just not how my mind works. You know what I mean? But I do think that's great. And I definitely think there is no, and people say this all the time on authortube, but just to be like super clear, in my opinion, as well as a lot of others, there is no right or wrong way to write your book. You just got to write the book. You know what I mean? Like, I show you guys, you know, a blurred version of how my mind works. That's not for everyone, and I would never suggest that everyone should do that ever. So it is really cool to hear, like, you know, things like what Christina shared here, and get like a little peek into the work process, you know, or workflow of other writers. Thought process, that's the word I was looking for. Sarita, yeah, I think my ADHD prevents me from being organized enough, but my autism is like, sort your shit. Yeah. It's, you know, that's why I'm like, different things work for different people. There's no one road to the finish line, right? In my opinion. Exactly. A lot of time my ADHD is stronger than the tism for me. Yeah, it's an art, baby. Yeah, it definitely is. Like, and that's why, you know, booktubers and everything, they also have such a great following, or big following, is because even the books themselves, even once they're finished, it's all art. It's very subjective, and like the book you love, you might finish and love, someone else may hate. You know what I mean? Like, that's the double-edged sword of it being a creative pursuit. Is not everyone's going to want to work the same way. Not everyone's going to like the same books. But on the flip side, there are going to be people that love your book, right? Like, I do believe there's someone out there for every book. So it's just about finding your people, right? Like I found you guys on my Tuesday and Thursday crew, you know, like, we're hanging tough. We're doing the damn thing. We're getting our books done. Yes, I feel like my ADHD is front and center, but when I'm overstimulated, it takes a backseat and the tism goes into protective mode. Valid. That's kind of like some people too. If you're big, I was talking to another friend about this too. If you're into personality types, which I only know a little bit about the Myers-Briggs personality types, but a lot of people believe that you have, like, you know, strengths, and then you have a shadow side to your personality that comes out when you're feeling stressed or strained. And I feel like that's kind of what you're talking about, Sarita, right? When you're like at your peak versus when you're almost on defense, right? Trying to like catch up or keep your head above water. You might engage different parts of yourself to get out of those situations or those moments of frustration. Why am I over here giving like a TED Talk? This is not a TED Talk stream. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so tired. I'm like loopy. You know, do you guys ever reach that point where you're just like getting really existential? I feel like I'm heading to that place, you know. Christina, I'm firmly in the middle for this whip. The next one, though, who knows? I might be straight pantser through and through. I mean, give it a shot, right? Like, what do you have to lose? Art is supposed to be fun, too, at the end of the day. And I've told you guys this, I think, on here before, but I believe Brandon Sanderson is the one that said, and he actually said this, I think, in one of his podcast episodes. So it wasn't necessarily meant to be like a super writing heavy moment, but he was like, you know, a lot of writers get really focused on the outcome of a book, right? Like a physical, tangible book they can hold in their hands. But the truth is that that you yourself as the writer, you are the piece of art, right? The book is a byproduct of you, but you are the piece of art, because with each book you write, you're kind of adding layers to your painting, if you will, like you're adding layers to yourself. And then as a result, you then produce more and more great books and unique books, you know? So that's kind of cool too to think about, right? Like if you picture yourself as the end product and not so much the book, like your skills as the end product, it's kind of cool. So felt, yeah. Love it. Also, how in the heck, I'm showing my age here probably, but like how in the heck do people do this kind of heart? Does anyone else feel like that's the weirdest thing they've ever seen? I don't understand it. This is how I always did hearts, and I cannot for the life of me. Like this thing is just so, I cannot get it. I love personality types. Yeah, I don't know anything about any of them except for Myers-Briggs. Yeah, I think Yeah. I did. Oh, Enneagrams. Let's see it. I'm INFJ too, Sarita. We're the same. We're the same one. I'm INFJ too. Look at us going. Love your TED Talk. Yeah. I swear one of these days I'm going to make well, I guess I can't. It's probably copyrighted, but I was going to say, I swear I'm going to make another screen for our talks, right? Where we're chatting, that has like the TED Talk background behind it or something. Cause that's what it's feeling like right now. I feel like I take those tests and I get wildly different types every time. Yeah. I feel like, mine are pretty consistent for the most part, but yeah, some people get really, really interesting outcomes. Spin the micro wheel, 5 minutes. Hey, we can call it, the itty bitty wheel or something. Or we've got the wheel of doom. We'd have to make it like, I don't know. The wheel of, we should have a wheel for chat time, shouldn't we? That actually would be pretty fun. We could call it like the wheel of gossip or something. And it determines how long we get to sit here and chat. That'd actually be kind of a vibe. A micro wheel and a doom wheel and a regular wheel. Well, and let me tell you, I'm not going to say what it has on it yet because it's quite funny, but I may or may not have, but definitely did add a wheel to the storyboard. And it only applies if you land on one space. So the chances of it getting used are slim, but yeah, I added one. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, the finger, I don't get it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. My fingers don't bend that way. Yeah, because I legit love the writing process. Most of the time, I mean, let's be real, I like it, even though it's tough sometimes, like how I knew I really wanted to do this writer thing. Yeah. And if it were easy, everyone would do it, right? Like, that's part of it too. It kind of works to our advantage that it's so hard because it thins out the competition a little bit, right? Like if it were easy, everyone, well, I say that, but I guess we're seeing in real time, AI, like, I guess you could say is the equivalent of everyone else making or trying to make it easy. I don't know, but I'm not even gonna get into that whole discussion. Yep, INFJ twinning. Also, it looks like, let me pull this up real quick. Just dipping in real quick just to check on something. All right. Yeah, just giving you guys a heads up. We are getting I don't know. We are getting a little bit of interference. We're having storms here, so if it buffers or something, just, sit tight. We'll be back. Yay, the T wheel. Ooh, that'd be a vibe. Yeah. Sometimes we yak for a while. Yeah. I mean, I think we've been yapping for almost 20 minutes now. I'm not kidding. Do you call your wheel a wheel of time? No, but I should. This is brilliant. I don't know why I hadn't thought of this before. No, we just call it the wheel, but it should be the wheel of time, shouldn't it? I'm making a note of that. We're gonna, although I do have to tell you guys, I do have to admit, I have not read the Wheel of Time series or anything, so I should probably read that before I start calling it that. But I'm on it now. Stop. OMG rematch. Wait, what is this about? Rematch. Hold on. Oh, the storyboard. Yeah. No, that storyboard now is insane. Let me see if I could bop you guys over there real quick, actually, if you guys want to see real quick. It is simply the wheel. IDK, like the ominous tone of just the wheel. Yeah. I have not either. I refuse. I'd actually like to read it. I just haven't read it yet. Like I said, high fantasy books they're a job and a half sometimes to get through. Mikey, I'm gonna put your fan on because he's panting down here like he just ran a 10K or something. I saw your sneak peek on IG. It looks great. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm really excited about it. It's quite a vibe. Bop away. Okay, I think this is in reference to doing the wheel, possibly. All right. Are we ready to do another sprint? Because it is 9 o'clock and your girl has been yapping for, I'm telling you, I think it's been a healthy 20 minutes. So I don't know how you guys feel, but if you want to spin that wheel, let me know. You know what? Executive decision. We're just doing it. We're spinning the wheel. Because if I'm passive about this, I think, you know, we're going to lose our momentum, right? We can't lose our momentum. Can't lose our momentum. What is this about? Oops. Hold on. A healthy yap. Now time for the wheel. Sorry, Eddie. I'm lost here. Bop away. I don't know. I'm lost. I got lost. Sorry, guys. Was this about this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll bop you over right quick. Let's, you know what? I'm in the mood to procrastinate for another hot second. Now I do have to say, my co-hosts from last time, their pictures are still up. So just ignore that. But let's, I'll just give you guys a quick little peek. I think I can do this. All right, let's see. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So you guys can kind of see, I added a lot of spaces, and I'll say this too. There may be some spaces that are showing up as gray. Like you think they're safe. You think there's nothing on them. And that may not be quite right. So it's going to get interesting. And I also changed the order of the number slots or whatever, because I absolutely just totally botched that on our first go around. So I made it more intuitive. Before it went like 3, 2, 1. Now it's 1, 2, 3. So it'll be a lot easier when I'm kind of in the heat of the moment, and kind of emceeing the game. I can really keep track of what number I'm actually supposed to be using for everyone's moves. Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm so tempted to like show you guys so much stuff right now, but I'm not going to. I'm going to make myself like, you know, just show you the board and nothing else. But yeah, I really put some thought into like spicing it up a little bit, because the last time we played, I'm going to take you back over to my usual setup here. Okay, because not the alert going off. Okay. Because the last time I played with Sarita, Ash, and Hannah, it was great, right? Like we had a great time, but people kept landing on the safe spots, like here and there, and I thought, well, this isn't spicy enough. We gotta up the ante a little bit, you know? So that's what I did. Went back to the drawing board. I've got my color coded sheet of consequences, you know, all set up. I do need to outline some of the new ones. I want to make like just a bit cleaner as far as like what I would say when you land on it, but otherwise it's ready to go. Yeah, I don't know. I took you over there anyways, right? Took you on a journey anyways, over to the storyboard. Shazam, yeah. Dun dun dun. Gasp. Fake safe spots. Love. Yeah. It's gonna be an experience. Let's put it that way. And then okay, I'm going to give you guys an exclusive here, right? So I don't know why I'm gabbing so much tonight. Just feel free to tell me to stop, okay, if I'm doing too much. But I saw this guy the other day on, I guess it was on Instagram. And I find out that there's an app on your phone now where you can like build something, like you can 3D print it or whatever. And then, well, I guess he built like a sandcastle and did it, right? But you can like build stuff. and then scan it with this app on your phone, and it'll make a 3D model rendering for your computer. And I was sitting there going like, I wonder if I could make certain spots on the storyboard like immersive, like actually have a character in almost like a video game. You know what I mean? But I feel like I was looking at that and I was like, do I really want to put like thousands of hours in figuring out how to do that? Probably not. But like, did I definitely think about it, you know, after I saw that guy do it with his sandcastle? Hell yeah, I did. I was like, this is a vibe. This is a moment, you know, like, so I don't know. I probably won't do that. Right. But like, I just thought, man, that'd be so cool if I could actually make, even just for a few spots. I was thinking on certain spots, or, like the different lands that I have on the board. If you could like, for example, plot peaks, if you could like, if I could 3D model plot peaks somehow and then generate it and make it so characters could actually walk through plot peaks on the screen. Like, I just thought that'd be so cool. But I have not fiddle faddled with that at all. Yet. I just saw the guy's video and saved it about the app. And I was like, dude, I gotta look into this. Because if I could pull that off, it'd be so cool. But it probably would also use up so much of my CPU. It would probably crash my computer. So I don't know. I'd have to really like look into it, but keep the surprise. Yeah, no, there's lots of surprises, like quite a few surprises. Don't you worry. Even though I dropped so much stuff. No worries. Yeah. After this, we spin. Now we spin. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you. I do what I can, which I'm working on. I still need to set up what you, Hannah, and Ash and I talked about for October. I do have it on my radar. It's on my master to-do list. So once I have 2 seconds, I'll put that together and pop it in the story. What is it? Story Society. God, how am I forgetting what it's called? But anyways, the Discord. All right, let's get over the wheel. Let's spin that sucker and let's see what we're in for, shall we? Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah, it's going to be great. Anyways, I'm going to give you all 5 seconds if you want to pop your guesses in the chat. Remember, if someone nails it, we're going to spam with some gold stars. I know it is late. Storyteller Society. And I knew that, Christina. I'm just having a brain fart. I'm telling you, I'm so tired. I'm like delusional right now. All right. Ian's locked in a guess for Doom. If we hit Doom, I really think I might cry, but that's okay. If we hit Doom, we hit Doom, you know? 30 Doom. I'm going to leave 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. I love this. I love that Christina's like, honestly saved. Yeah. All right, here we go. $25. Cute. Perf. We can handle that. So yeah, we had a couple of you get close. Christina and Sarita, you were both on either side. Ian's smoking ribs. You know, I was kind of wondering if you were still smoking meat. I was like, did he finish that or not? Because that seems like something that would, you know, take some time to do at a high quality. So if we hit Doom, I'm taking a nap. Sorry, not sorry. Totally fair. Don't blame you. Christina. All right. Let's get back over here. Let's plug in that 25 and get cooking, right? Let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Hold on. I messed up something. Here we go. Okay, cool. Cool. There we go. All right. No. We're not doing an hour. No. My heart almost stopped. I thought we were going to get 1 hour. Okay, well, I'm not actually writing LOL. I just came for the chats. So, Rita, you don't want to get a jump on your 30K weekend? Girly pop? I'm just kidding. I'm joshing. You're doing a lot this weekend, so you kind of get a pass. I smoked chicken wings and then deep fried them. Now I'm doing ribs. Ooh. I don't know if I've ever had ribs. If I did, it was a long time ago. Let's see. I don't know if I've ever had. Have I had chicken? Yeah, I had chicken wings. I must have eaten chicken wings at some point. But yeah, no worries. Bye, Sarita. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, everyone definitely remembers Sarita's streaming this weekend, so be sure to check that out. Her 30K over the weekend. All right. We have, that being said, here we go. 25 up on the screen. Well, we will in a minute. Nobody panic. It's going to be up on the screen in a second. We got 25 minutes on the clock, I should say. I wish you all the best of luck, and I'll see you on the other side of 25. Here we go. Okay. That was a brutal sprint for me, I'm not gonna lie. I must have written, erased, read, and rewritten the same section like 25 times. I'm not even kidding. It was so brutal, but I do feel like I finally got to the other side of everything. You know, is that Hannah Grace Fletcher hiding in the chat there? Hi, Hannah. Happy to see you. I hope you're having a good Thursday. Also, bye, Christina. I said bye earlier, but she had to dip out during that last sprint. Araya, welcome back. Happy to have you. Yeah, we have been vibing tonight. We've been chatting. It's been quite a fun time. What? No. It couldn't be. Oh my gosh. I love having you here, Hannah. Hannah's the best. Yeah. Unfortunately, we are actually right at the end of our stream here. I think that was going to be my last sprint. I don't know. Cuz I'm you know, Hannah's up late drinking vodka matchas. What's a vodka matcha? I didn't even know that was a thing. Ian, no. Oh my gosh, you guys are too funny. Damn. I'm like so tempted now that Hannah's here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, do I have another sprint in me? But I really shouldn't. It's technically it's 9:30 my time. I don't know what time it is for other, you know, the rest of y'all out there, but it's 9:30. We've been going since 6:30. So I'm on like hour 3 of streaming. And I'm also in my finals week. Well, weeks. This week and next week. So I'm not gonna lie. I've still got to stay up tonight and do 2 more chapters of math. But I'm debating I could do math on stream with you guys though. Like I could still sprint, but do math instead of writing. I don't know. Yeah, I might. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted. 9:37 here. So Ian, you and I are in the same time zone then. Or Eastern time. Oh God, I'm so torn. Girl, leave us. Go sleep. Vitals is no joke. I feel like lately it's so funny. I feel like I have been at the end of my streams feeling like, oh, maybe I should just go a little longer, you know? Like it's so hard. I'm so tempted. But yeah, I think I might have. I might have to. Araya says it's only 6:30 for me and ew, math. Oh my gosh. Araya, are you, well, I don't want to ask too much, but, and Miranda, we got other new friends here now, too. I'm supposed to stop now? We got new friends coming in? Oh, you guys are killing me. You're killing me. I was just about to wrap up, and now I'm like, but we got new buddies in the chat. I gotta do one more. I don't know. I'm tempted for sure. Ugh. I swear I need to do a late night stream one night where I like intentionally start later for everyone that's like in the different time zones, you know? Oh, I'm so torn. I'm really debating if I want to try and do one more. Oh, wow. This is the kicker. My birthday is literally in it's about 3 hours away. It's tomorrow. First of all, very exciting. Very exciting, Miranda. That's awesome. Snaps for Miranda. That's really exciting. That's such a vibe when you're like, it's like the eve of your birthday, you know? That's such a vibe. But yeah, that may do it. I made the birthday comment. Maybe I have one more sprint in me, just this once, in honor of Miranda's birthday. Maybe. Don't forget to like the stream. You guys are so sweet. Yeah, let's do one more. Why not? Why the hell not? Let's throw caution to the wind. Let's live a little. You know, now if I spin this wheel and we get Wheel of Doom, we may have a problem. All right, buddies, we may have a problem. But yeah, full disclosure, I may do some homework on this next sprint, but we could do one sprint. Why not? Why not? A little mini sprint with math. Yeah, I'm debating. I was going to do math, but I'm like, maybe I'll do some of my business class work. I was going to do that tomorrow, but maybe I'll switch it up and do that instead of math, you know, give myself a little bit of a break. It's probably better to do the math with like a night's sleep under my belt anyways. Watch this. I know I can feel it in my bones. Araya. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, I can just feel Laura Nettles. Don't you dare. Don't you dare come in here with that Wheel of Doom 2-hour energy. I got another 30 minutes or so on these ribs, so sure spit. Yeah, I feel like, you know, kind of feeling it. The stars just aligned, you know, when you get some great people, some additional great people jumping into the chat towards the end, you know, how are you supposed to walk away? Wheel of Doom. Oh my God, Hannah, dude, don't bring that juju in here. Don't bring that juju in here, girl. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on. You know better. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing, Hannah. We love it. We love the Wheel of Doom. Yeah, but yeah, I do think if I do another sprint with you guys, I'll end up doing some homework, which you guys don't care. I'll still keep my Word doc up. We'll keep the vibes, right? Like we'll keep the vibes. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I honestly, I will say I'm strongly debating separating it into 2 chapters because I don't know if you noticed, but she's dense. She's thick, right? This mood board, she's a thick one. Yeah. And as I'm writing it for the first time, probably the first time ever, as I'm actually writing my first draft, I'm like, you know, I really think it could be split into 2 chapters. The only thing is my entire outline is I'm an event. I love how I was like, we'll do one more sprint. But in my head, I was like, but I'm not chatting. We're going to get right to business. And now I'm like, I'm on a whole nother tangent now. But my outline is all color coded and outlined for my dual POVs, right? So as I was writing out the bullet points, if you will, I envisioned them from a certain character's perspective. And I also very intentionally made it so that every single chapter, the POV alternates. So like, which most people do, right? So like my main characters, I can say the name on here, right? Like none of y'all are going to say anything, but my main characters, their names are Jane and Harlow. Okay. So Jane and Harlow alternate every chapter. And so now my predicament is I'm currently on chapter 12, right? If I split it into 2 chapters, that means it's currently in Harlow's perspective. If I split it, I need to put the new portion in Jane's perspective, which I don't mind that part, right? But then I'm supposed to have Jane's perspective for chapter 13, but I can't it'll drive me nuts to have Jane's perspective back to back like that. And this to be the only place in the book that does that. So now I'm like, do I split the chapter and make it so that chapter 12 is Harlow's perspective, chapter 13 is Jane's, but then everything that would be like 14 on, I'd have to literally change every single perspective for the following chapters. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really torn. I'm not going to lie. I'm in a bit of a pickle. What is a wild Jarlo? Oh, okay, I get it. It's a cross between Jane and Harlow. Dude, your girl is so tired tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm going on 1% right now. Sorry if I didn't catch that as quick as you thought I should. I'm not gonna lie, Hannah. I had that thought because see, this is why I love chatting with writer buds, because you kind of can think out loud. I had that thought, and I do think it would be doable, to be completely honest. Like, I have only gotten through, this will give you guys a good gauge of No, actually, Hannah, I'm not kidding. I really did think about that. I did think about that. So this will give you a good idea of where I'm at. I have finished everything in, I don't think you guys can see my cursor, but anyways, my chapters are all split into quarters, okay? Because my outline is based on each chapter being between 3,000 to 4,000 words. And I outlined most of them, the majority of them, based on the expectation that I'll be around 4,000, right? So I have 4 1,000 word chunks, and each one contains a set of bullet points that I think can be fleshed out within 1,000 words, okay? Did I say 100 before? Anyways, 1,000 words for each block, right? I am only 1/4 of the way through this chapter. Okay. The content that needs to fit in this chapter, right? And it all needs to fit. Okay. Because it all plays a role. This is a very pivotal chapter. I'm about 1/4 of the way through and my chapter is all ready. Let me drag this up and give you a word count, but it's gotta be dense. Yeah. Okay, it's already at 2,329 words for this chapter. So I kind of had the thought, like, maybe I do split it up into 3 and make each one 3,000, which is insane to think that this could have been a 9,000 word chapter, right? If it wasn't split up. But I do feel like there's potential for that to happen. So I don't know. I might split it. Hannah, honestly. I also think that by splitting it and putting Jane's perspective as like an extra bonus, section, I kind of had an idea that it would add a beat that I think would really help with like the yearning, angsty dynamic, that we all know and love in romantasy, at least at the beginning of romantasy, So I don't know. I'm so sleepy and tired, so I think I'm going to go to bed now. I'll be back for the next live stream, though. Okay, no worries, Miranda. Yeah, the next one's Tuesday for right now. Ian's 1,200 word chapters going on. No. I think 1,200. I think smaller chapters are really nice. Like, I think Taylor said that Natalie calls them potato chip chapters, which I think is a brilliant way to describe them. Like, mine are like hamburger chapters. I don't know. They're thick. But I feel like that's kind of normal for fantasy. So I don't know. I'm definitely torn. Yeah, also, by the way, happy birthday again, Miranda. Sorry. I totally think I glossed over that towards the end there. So all right, let's do this thing. We got this, right, guys? Right, team? Ugh. We could do one more. And like I said, I'll keep my Word doc up, but I'm going to do some of my business homework, I think, but they're each a short. I remember on your stream with Tanya and Leah, right? I think I remember you mentioning that, Araya. So that makes sense. Mine don't have a story or not a story in each, but I do feel like there's a lot that I'm trying to fit in, especially from this chapter on. From this chapter on, we're fitting to have, it might not be an avalanche yet, but a lot of stuff is happening. So let's go. Okay. I love the energy, Hannah. Honestly, you're giving me life here. All right. We're going to do this. Let's get over to the wheel. Let's see what we're in for. All right. If anyone would like to place any guesses in the chat as to what time we're going to land on, you have 5 seconds to do so now. If anyone hits the nail on the head, we're going to spam the chat with gold stars for that person. So you have 5 seconds starting now to log your guesses in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. We'll spinner. 30. Cute. We can handle a 30, right? That's not too shabby. That's not too bad. Let's see. You guys are all around it, man. all around it. You're close. You're close. Nobody hit the bullseye that time. Nobody quite hit the bullseye, but that's okay. You guys were close. But I feel like 30's good. That's a good kind of compromise, right? So nothing too crazy, but still enough time to get some solid work done. Let's see. Let me make sure. There we go. All right. Oh, you guys are awesome. This sprint would not be happening without y'all and your energy, just saying. Like, I love the enthusiasm. So this is going to end up being one of my longer streams. I swear, the day I get to 500, I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to do like a 10-hour stream or something. I gotta think up something, but I think I'll do an extra long stream for that of some kind. All right, let's get to it. I'm not going to procrastinate anymore. We have 30 minutes on the clock. I believe in all of you. We all have stories to tell that matter, that are important. We all matter and are important and are artists, and we're putting in the work to make our dreams come true, right? Right? Okay, right. We can do this. We can do this. I'm saying it to myself as much as you guys, I'm not going to lie, because I'm really on like, my battery's on 1%, but we got this. I got 30 minutes on the clock. I believe in you all, and I'll see you on the other side of 30. Here we go. All right, all right, all right. We are back from that sprint. How did everyone do? For those of you that are still hanging tough out there with me, going on, I don't even know now. I think we're almost at 4 hours of streaming. But let me know how that went for you guys. Also just want to say Becca popped in. I don't know that she's still here, but Becca popped in. Becca Tobar, legend. And that just made that sprint so worth it for me. Like, that was so cool. I was already like pushing myself, so that was so cool to see her in the chat, and obviously the kind words too. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated. But yeah, if you're still there, if anyone is still here with me, let me know how you did. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's even more worth it because we get to be one of the first to hear that Hannah made another YouTube video. Hannah, I thought you were taking a break. I am so beyond happy. I cannot even tell you. I'm so excited that you're putting up another video, that you're getting back in it, back in the game. I haven't missed any, right? I'm like, I don't think I missed any. I know you said you were taking a little break. I'll let you tell me. I'm not gonna, well, no, I'm looking. I'm like, I don't think I missed any since you said you were taking a break. If I did, I'm gonna have to catch up. I don't think I missed it. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't think so. I'm so excited, Hannah. I can't even tell you. That's so awesome. I'm so glad that you're getting back in the game. I think your videos are so unique and like absolutely have an important place in YouTube, you know? So that's awesome. Orion is editing a video. Oh my gosh. Is this just the magic editing hour? And I didn't get the memo? I've got a video to edit. It's sitting in my on my memory card. I should really get on that. It's been sitting there for a hot minute. By the time I upload it, it'll probably be like a pretty long video. I'm not going to lie. Because I feel like I just keep adding stuff onto it. Ribs have been wrapped and moved from the smoker to the oven. We all killed it in that sprint. And that was only a, let's see, how long was that one? That was only a 30-minute sprint. And look at all this magic happening in the chat here. Laura's still hanging tough. We love to see it. Yeah, that's my vibes exactly, Ian, or my reaction exactly. I have no idea when I'll post this one. Could be a while from. Yeah, and take your time, you know, no pressure, but I'm very excited. I'm glad that you're doing it again. I signed up for Critique Circle and I'm about to critique some horror. Ooh, I do not read any horror. That is like the one thing I don't read. I'm actually reading the Ghostwriters Club right now, which I believe is more of like a thriller. I don't know. Ian, what would you call it? You've read it. But I am a little over 75% of the way through, I believe. And I am loving it. I will say that may convert me. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, you know I love you, Hannah. You know. You got this. DW! Oh, we love DW. Oh, the best. Yeah, I am still streaming. Don't really know how this happened, to be honest. I'm like deliriously tired. And right as I was about to end, I had some friends from other time zones pop in. And I just felt like I couldn't cut it right as they came in, you know? And I'm glad I didn't, because I did switch, full disclosure, I did switch from writing to working on homework. Because that's what I originally had planned to do after the stream. So I did switch over to homework. In all honesty, but we're still being productive, right? And the title of the stream is productivity sprints, so that can mean a lot of different things, you know. But very glad to have you here, DW. Should I make a video about the nothing I did while on vacation? Yeah, why not? Why not? I think it could be a vibe. It's a light thriller academia. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. Yeah, I really liked it. I really like it so far. I have not finished, obviously. But yeah, you know how you see the little percentage in the corner? Because I'm doing the ebook. I'm reading the ebook. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm at like 77% of the way through, something like that. So hopefully I'll finish pretty soon here. I'm only crawling through it, not because the book is really good, right? Like the book grips you. I'm crawling through because right now my only time to read is basically at night when I'm falling asleep. Well, not when I'm falling asleep, but you know, when I'm laying in bed and stuff, and I'm just not, I don't have the energy, I guess, to like stay up and read as much as I would like, right? So I'm just kind of slowly crawling through it, but not because the book isn't great. The book is great. It's awesome. So definitely looking forward to finishing it. All right. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like, dare I say it, I could do another. I was thinking it on that last sprint there. I was like, I could do one more. I'm kind of vibing. I'm not gonna lie. And I got through, let me see how much. Okay, I'm on question 22 of 33 of one of the like 5 chapters I have to do. Let me flip over here and see how much I have left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 4 chapters. So if I finish this one, I'll have 3 left. I mean, all I'm saying is I've got a healthy workload. So like, I could do one more, which I never thought I would say, but I was vibing. This last sprint. I was feeling it. All right, it says, I read the same way right now. In the middle of drafts, I have like no time to read. Yeah, I just feel like between school, because I do a lot of writing for school. So between school and then writing my novel and then trying to do, you know, live streaming, I'm trying to do a YouTube video, which I haven't done. And I haven't posted a YouTube video in like probably 2 months now. But like I said, I've got one sitting on my memory card right now. So it's just like, it's a lot, right? And so then fitting reading in, but I want to read, right? Like obviously we all enjoy reading. So I do read a lot at night, but I feel like I'm moving at a glacial pace. That's all. And it's a bummer because the book's a great book. I wish I could have cleared it in like, you know, 2 days because it holds you really well. But let's see. DW, all thanks. I'm here for as long as y'all are. Gotta eat now, but gonna circle back to writing later tonight. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I think we're gonna do one more. Yes, please. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll do at least one more. Because like I said, I've got to do this business homework at some point this week. You know, at some point by the end of the weekend, I need to have it done. So might as well stay up and just do a little bit of it tonight. Especially since, yep, my dog is like fast asleep under the desk. So I'm gonna try and take advantage, I think, and ride this wave while I can. I'm up for another couple of hours at least. Happy to keep and have you come, or keep you / have you have come. I can't read. Happy to keep you / have company. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't know if we'll do, I don't know how long we'll do. I mean, if we get the Wheel of Doom, if we're in for a, you know, in for a time, but I will be here as long as I'm awake. Oh, thanks, Hannah. Yeah, this is going to be good. I feel like I don't want to, what's the saying? It's like, it's best to under promise and over deliver, right? So like for right now, I'll say we'll just do one more, but like, if I'm still feeling good, I've got the schoolwork to keep me going. Like I could go for a minute. And I feel like I've got this second win now, with switching to schoolwork. Who knows? Maybe I'll even do schoolwork for a couple sprints and then switch back to my novel. Who knows? The world is my oyster. You know what I'm saying? Like, the sky's the limit. All right. That being said, do we want to spin the wheel? I think we should. I think we should see what we're in for. If I stretch this stream and end up hitting doom on this stream, I'm just saying, like, it will go down in history as one of the most chaotic streams I've ever done. But hopefully that won't happen. Yeah, I know. I miss Beth. I was thinking about her the other day. I was like, I feel like I haven't seen Beth in a minute. Spin. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Ian has spoken. We're going to spin, folks. We're going to get over there and see what we're cooking with. All right. I am going to give everyone 5 seconds if you want to log your guesses in the chat. And remember, as always, we're trying to implement this now where if anyone guesses correctly, you have to guess exactly right, right? Like you can't be 5 minutes over or under. That doesn't count. But if you guess it exactly right, we will spam the chat with gold stars, myself included. Okay. So go ahead and log your guesses. You've got 5 seconds to do so. I'm going to start counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. We're spinning. Here we go. $35. Oh, sorry if I just blew your ears out. Araya got it. Araya got it. Look at that. All right. Time to give Araya some gold stars. Let's see. I'm going to set this up really quick just so I don't forget. But then we're going to, myself included, I'm going to find me a gold star and pop it in there. Oh, whoa. I was doing something fancy for a minute there. Jeez Louise. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. I've at least popped a couple in. There we go. And we got lots of nice cheering. I love that. We love to see it. Ian. Now, Ian, you have to play nice with the other kids in the sandbox. I'm just teasing. I'm joshing. Oh my gosh. Yeah. There we go. Love to see it. Oh, I actually like the sparkle. That's kind of cool. I like that little variety in the chat. All right. That being said, I don't want to lose our momentum, right? I will say I'm going to refresh my chocolate milk at the top of this sprint. Now, I said this last time. Okay, for everyone watching, we are here to work. Just because I put my picture up to go make chocolate milk for 2 minutes does not mean you get to give up. Okay, so really try and push through. All right, don't let this, dissuade you from working. Okay, it's going to be like 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right, I better go buy a lotto ticket. Yes, you should. Yes, you should. We got to make our permanent writing retreat. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. All right, here we go. We have 35 minutes on the clock. I wish you the best of luck. I'll see you all on I will see you all on the other side of 35 minutes. Here we go. I don't know how many of you have survived and are still there hanging tough with me, but sound off in the chat if you're still there. Let me know how that sprint went for you. Just speaking for myself, started another chapter of work. I finished the first one, started another chapter, and I'm on question 26 of 36. So we are making progress. Things are happening. Let's see here. Oh, that's sweet. My phone died. Sorry, Araya. I owe you stars. Oh, it's okay, Ian. You're the real star. That's so sweet. I am somehow alive. I'm with you, Hannah. Like, that's how I feel. I'm like, somehow I'm still here. I'm still moving and grooving, but I don't know how. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm so torn. There's part of me that like honestly wants to keep going, but I'm gonna look at this here. I'm kind of curious, like how long I've been streaming for. It's been a minute. Araya's still here. It's awesome. Oh, Scarlett. Hi, Scarlett. Happy to have you here. I came late. I'm going back to an older project and I'm revising. I did get a few pages. Nice. Very good. Okay. I mean, I'm glad that sprint was productive for everyone. Let's see. I'm just curious. I'm just being nosy. So I was trying to see if I can see how long I've been streaming for. I guess I can just figure it out. I'm probably almost at 5 hours. I started at 6:30. So what is that? 6:30, 7:30. I'm almost at 5 hours. What did I say? Did I say 6? I'm almost at 5. At 11:30, I will have hit. It's 11:13 right now. At 11:30, I will have hit 5 hours, which is wild. I did not plan that at all. I usually end around 9:30. Sometimes push it to 10. So this is definitely a late one for me. Okay. Thank you for that, Scarlett. Yeah, I should have looked on my phone. I forget it probably tells you, like as a viewer, it probably tells you how long it's been going for. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm on the struggle bus now. Ooh. But there is a part of me. One of the reasons I'm really torn is I would love to at least finish this second chapter. And I'm on, like I said, question 26 of 36. So I'm not too far off. And this is where the wheel comes into play, where it's like a double-edged sword. Because it's like, if we just did another like half hour, I'd probably be okay. And I could like finish my chapter. But I'm a little scared to spin the wheel and end up with like a 55-minute, you know? Not gonna lie. I'm a little nervous about that. All right, Ian said, let's see. OMG, I forgot to put out the recycling and compost. Gah, next stream. I think you mean next sprint. But I could be wrong. You might mean next stream. You might mean on Tuesday. Yeah, I'm really debating if I have one more in me or not. I think I would be like really proud of myself if I did one more and could finish my chapter of business homework, like I said, because then I'd be halfway. I would have done 2 of my 4. Ian says, sprint, whatever. I'm tired. I know. That's where I'm at. I'm like, I'm tired. Let's do one more. Why not? Let's live a little. I think we can do it, guys. I believe in us. I mean, I don't know I don't know if you guys will stick with me, but I feel like we could do one more. I think we can do it. You know what? Maybe this is good. Maybe it'll break it up for me a little bit. Also, I will never turn down a Hannah question because Hannah always has the best questions. Question: what works for you when it comes to balancing school and writing? If you want to answer, LOL, the exhaustion is real. So usually what I do now is, and it's probably not very organized, to be completely honest, is I try to give myself Monday somewhat as like I say a rest day, but it's really not a rest day. It's more like a day of doing like chores that I need to get done. So like just stuff around the house, stuff with my car. Like, for example, this past week I had to fog my car or whatever the term is. You know, so just stuff like that always seems to be on the docket. I try to do on Mondays because most of my schoolwork culminates on Sunday at midnight. So usually Mondays, I try and like give myself a little time. But the rest of the time, I use my live streams as designated writing time. Like that I cannot compromise on. So I make myself every Tuesday and Thursday for at least 3 hours or so. Because I think it usually ends up being around 3 hours. I usually go till 9:30 and I start at 6:30. So that usually gets me, 6 hours a week of writing in. And then I've now added these like special edition streams too, which I'll be doing on weekends sporadically. And those add some extra writing time. Outside of that, I still write on my own, but it is much less predictable. It really just ends up being, I have a Notion calendar. So I maintain 2 Notion calendars. I have one for just everyday stuff, right? That's more like social things. Social things and some of like the YouTube stuff. Like I keep track of upcoming streams and stuff on there. But then I have a separate calendar that's titled after my college, my school I go to. And that is literally just schoolwork. So I have all my schoolwork individually logged on there with due dates, color coded. So I know exactly what's coming when. And honestly, I live in my school calendar more than my social calendar, even though I have a life. Like I do have a life and I have a social calendar. To me, I would much rather prioritize school and make sure I don't miss anything on that side of things rather than missing like, I don't know, a hangout with friends or something. That's horrible. But genuinely, I pretty much just keep my school calendar up during the week. And I just kind of chip away at things as best I can. I have tags for when I complete things and I have tags for things that like need to be revisited. I also make notes in my Notion calendar on different assignments based on like if I need to circle back or if I need to touch base with a professor, things like that. And that does help to like keep track of where I'm at in all the different assignments. But yeah, outside of that, as far as balancing the writing with school, I have found that live streaming really helps. I will admit, like, because this forces me in the best way to set aside at least 6 hours each week, no matter what. Like, I even considered this week and next week because I have, like a final workload that's culminating that's really heavy. And then I have my actual finals. I even considered not streaming for a hot second. And then I was like, no, this is your routine. Like you have to put in the time with your novel too. Like that matters, and it kind of holds me accountable, which is nice. So thank you for the question, Hannah. That was really sweet of you. I hope I gave a somewhat coherent answer. But yeah, color coded calendars are lifesavers, I guess. And structure, is what I would say. So that's so smart. I bet it helps with context switching since you've yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like compartmentalizing, I think is huge. So, and I also think it's been huge ever since I turned that corner and decided I was going to use Mondays for kind of like catch up. I got to tell you, that's been really helpful too, because prior to that, like I was really reaching points where, not to be like too transparent, but like dishes and laundry and stuff, it piles up so fast if you don't like, I don't know, like if you don't think about it and you just keep pushing it to the back of your mind and you're like, well, I'm not going to focus on that right now because I have all these other things I'm focusing on. Like it just really builds, you know? And it's kind of what's happened with like my YouTube videos too, is I feel like I got really fixated for a while there on like the live streaming and then homework, like just school and live streaming. I kind of have like lived in that world, and writing, right? So like school, live streaming, and writing. And I focused on all of that so much that like the videos kind of fell by the wayside. So I'm actually excited now that I kind of have my live stream themes like built out, decorated, set up. I've put them out, you know, like I'm really hoping and looking forward to like switching gears back to YouTube videos a little more, because I just feel like I have a routine with live streaming, right? Like I can maintain what I have now without needing to necessarily like build out anymore, at least until I do think at Christmas I'll probably have a new theme of some kind. I'm already thinking about it, but prior to that point, so up until then, like hopefully I'll be able to find time to do videos too. I don't really know, honestly, Hannah, how I'm not balancing it very well. I'm just doing my best, but I'm not balancing very well, I guess. Dinner has been consumed. Nice, Laura. Awesome. That's great to hear. Hannah, yes, amazing answer. Hannah, you're so sweet. You are way too nice. You're so sweet. I love that I can always count on you to be really bubbly and sweet. Question, what type of things do you look for in a critique? How blunt do you like the notes? I'm critiquing others chapters right now. So I've only had one critique so far, and I have to be honest, it was from last night when I saw Sarah Jane. And I actually really liked her critique. She was very good at being like direct, but constructive. Does that make sense? So like, I think there's a way to be direct without, sometimes blunt has a connotation of being negative or like hurtful sometimes. I don't think it has to be. I think being direct is really nice. And especially as someone who, I actually struggle like a decent amount with anxiety, I actually really appreciate blunt feedback because I don't have to read into what the person is thinking. They're going to tell me exactly what they're thinking. And I actually work well with that, to be honest, and like respond well to that. So yeah, I think as long as you're constructive about it, I like direct feedback personally. And actually, Sarah Jane, not to like share too much about what she said, but she brought up that she really likes in her feedback when people bring something up, right? Like they'll point something out to her, but then they propose a solution at the same time. So that is kind of nice. I do think that's a nice idea. The idea that someone could say, hey, I don't really find this character very likable. What if you made him, like, what if you had this happen to him at the beginning of the book and then his arc turns into him recovering from this or whatever, you know? It is kind of nice when people bring ideas to the table too for solutions, as opposed to just tearing, you know, not tearing, but as opposed to just like pointing out the negatives. I also think something Sarah Jane did that really was helpful was she highlighted, and I don't know what critiquing, you know, what people look for, but she pointed out a lot of positives too, which I do think helps lessen the blow. If you're someone who's like a little more gentle in nature or a little more sensitive, it's nice to have like some of the positives pointed out alongside the stuff that needs work, I will say. Sometimes I give examples of my advice by writing a few sentences to illustrate what I'm trying to say. Does that feel too prescriptive? No, not at all. I actually think that's great. I think it offers a lot of clarification and leaves very little room for misinterpretation, I would think. Personally, I feel like nobody, yeah, it's so difficult. It's so hard. Like, and I feel like it sounds silly sometimes, but it, you know, and look, it's difficult in its own like unserious way, right? There's no crazy high stakes associated with it, but yeah, it's a lot when you want to excel, I think, especially in everything. Like, that's been a big thing for me, is learning that I don't need to necessarily be the best at everything, because I tend to get really hung up on like wanting to be at the top of, especially in school. That's been a big thing I've had to like come to terms with pursuing the computer engineering side of things. Because my mind does not inherently do well with particularly math. That is a real sore spot for me, and a real tricky sector, if you will, for me. The science, I actually do okay. I don't seem to have too much of a problem with that. It's the math. The math kills me, and I've had to really work on coming to terms with, not getting everything perfect the first time. So, okay, I'm glad the feedback about or the response about feedback was helpful. Comments aren't about the person, they're about strengthening the narrative. Yeah, the narrative. Yeah, I agree with this big time. And I'm also a big believer. We used to say, back when I was like heavy into dance, in the competitive dance world, I don't know. There's a lot of different critiques that you get, and some are not helpful. Some people are. It is a very like twisted, it can be a very twisted world, but in a lot of ways, when you had a teacher who you did trust, right? And in this scenario, talking about writing, I feel like it would be if you have a beta reader you trust, right? Who you believe at their core, they really do want to help you. We used to say, if the teacher doesn't correct you, you should be more worried about that, right? As opposed to getting a lot of corrections, because if you're getting a lot of corrections, it shows that they're trying to help you, right? They care about how you're performing and how you're doing. If you're not getting any corrections, they've kind of given up on you. That's the way a lot of people view it, in that world. So that, to me, could be translated into writing, right? If you can take the emotion out of it, and see it for what it is, you can phrase it in your mind as like, this person has given me so much feedback. Wow, they took so much time out of their day, out of their life, to ensure that my project is going to turn out to be the best it can possibly be, right? Instead of looking at it and thinking, wow, my work is like a piece of crap. I'm never going to be published. I'm never going to be an author. Like, instead of giving into the emotional side of it, which is hard, it's much easier said than done, I'm sure. But anyways, let's see. I feel like I could maybe do one more sprint. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of hanging by a by a thread. But I feel like we could do one more especially if I knew it was going to be short. I could do one more. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I'm struggling. I'm struggling a little bit here. I think I need to do another one like this in future and actually like plan for it. Let's see. Laura says, I'm excited to apply for creative writing MFA program soon. Nice. Yeah, I will say I talked about this on another person's stream, but this isn't a math, like this isn't an MFA or anything. But Brandon Sanderson teaches a course at BYU, and he's got a couple, but one of them is like an application only course where he picks like a very select few people to kind of almost participate in like a small writing group with him. And I've always felt like if I could do that, man, I'd probably move to to take advantage of that. So I graduated with my bachelor's 10 years ago. No worries. It's never too late. I'm back in school as an older person also. So well, not older, but you know what I mean, right? Like I'm not fresh out of high school. So, yeah, never too late. Never too late. You're the boss. Make it short. Rest. It's okay to sign off. You guys are so sweet. I do think, though, I will say, like, I'm learning more and more about how much the time zones kind of really do impact the live streaming as far as like who I get to engage with. Like it is hard for a lot of people that are behind me, and since I'm East Coast, I'm on the later end of things. So for a lot of people, they're just getting out of work and stuff when I start streaming at 6:30. So I really am going to consider maybe doing like a couple late night streams here and there like this, but I need to plan. I need to have like coffee on hand. I need to probably take a nap, like a power nap beforehand, and that sort of thing to really make it more fun. Because it's also not as fun for you guys, I'm sure, when I'm like dragging like this on stream. I'd rather be more upbeat. So I think I'll circle back and try this again in future, but actually like plan for it. You know what I mean? That being said, if you liked the stream, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe down below. Other than that, for next week's streams, I just have Tuesday and Thursday. After that, I will be appearing as a guest on a stream with Saoirse. If any of you know who Saoirse is, she's wonderful. And I'll be doing that. And then I have a few more special edition streams coming up. Not anything new, but I'll have the Wheel of Doom happy hour and a storyboard coming up, hopefully, pretty soon. I've already started. I started today with reaching out to people to kind of coordinate that. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully I'll get those posted as soon as I can get people sorted. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah, but otherwise that's everything. So, thanks, Hannah. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to check out the storyboard that we already did, Hannah did it with me and it was wonderful. She was one of my guests, and you can find that on my page. Thank you so much, Araya. Thank you guys for sticking it out with me. This was a long one. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go, but I'm going to do my traditional sign off. So be brave, be a light. Remember that you're so loved, and I will see you guys around authortube. Bye, guys. Thanks, Scarlett. Bye, everyone.